Tonight, we're far from Earth, but the journey is all about you. The straps aren't tight, they just keep you sitting safely. The light inside the cockpit. This is the Pando, named after that ancient forest where all the trees are connected. Our ship carries the memory of Earth's life quietly through the emptiness of space. Even the faint smell of recycled air feels safe, a small reminder that the life support systems are working quietly around you. Listen to the engines, they're soft and steady, not loud, just a calm, deep rhythm. Let it settle around you. So, before you get too comfortable, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Your support means the world. Also, do me a favor and tell me where you're watching from and what time it is right now. I want to get a sense of who else is out there, maybe feeling a little bit of a chill themselves. Tonight, we'll drift slowly toward the Kepler 186 system, taking the longest, quietest route, passing through the hidden wonders of the cosmos, echoing the amazing facts of our forgotten home world. Let your thoughts settle like starlight resting softly on the floor. Our journey starts with a gentle trick of time itself. Turn your mind to the main viewport and watch the stars slowly come into focus around a strange, pulsing ripple in space. This is the Toratopsis Gateway, named for the tiny, immortal jellyfish that inspired it. Think of that creature, able to rewind its life, turning from adult back into youth. This gateway does something similar. It doesn't move us through space, but slows our journey through this next section. It reminds you that time isn't straight or rigid. It flows and stretches quietly and gently, like life itself. The Pando barely groans as we enter the edges of the eddy. That sound, that faint, almost imperceptible groaning hull, is just the ship easing into the unfamiliar currents of localized space-time. Nothing to worry about, probably. You feel a subtle, deep warmth in your core, not from friction, but from the simple, profound realization that you are navigating a region inspired by a creature smaller than your thumbnail. Even out here, billions of light years from home, the simplest life forms still teach us the most complex lessons. They are the true ancient mariners. We exit the Toratopsis Gateway and enter a new landscape, one that is not empty, but richly woven with light. Before us stretches a colossal, gently pulsing, wood-wide web nebula. It's not a gas cloud. It's a living network of dark matter filaments and stellar nurseries threaded through with thin, glowing streams of charged particles that connect thousands of infant star systems. They are not merely connected by gravity, but by an unseen, continuous exchange of matter and energy, a cosmic conversation of birth and death. Just like the mycorrhizal fungi on Earth that allowed trees to whisper to each other, sharing nutrients and warnings, this nebula operates as a single, cooperative entity. You can almost feel the presence of the mother stars, the massive, ancient ones at the heart of the network, silently funneling heavy elements and resources to their smaller, younger, stellar offspring through these delicate, luminous threads. It's a quiet form of stellar intelligence, not conscious in the human sense, but deeply cooperative, a silent, astronomical society. The universe, it seems, doesn't keep secrets. It just speaks in light and time, and its words are always about connection. The forest is not a collection of individuals, and neither is this starfield. As we drift past the central plane of the nebula, allow your vision to adjust to the velvet blackness between the glowing filaments. You might need a moment to just float here and take this in. Look at the scale of it. Our entire solar system would be merely a dust mote in one of these glowing pathways. Yet, even in this crushing grandeur, the Pando feels safe, nestled in the knowledge that this immense structure is built on the same principle as a forest floor, reciprocal exchange. Take a deep, slow breath, feeling the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the nebula reflected in the thrum of the engine. Now, shift your gaze. We are approaching a bizarre, densely packed asteroid field, known simply as Tardigrade Station. This isn't a natural formation. It's a legacy project, a hidden cosmic archive built into a cluster of iron-rich comets. And if you look closely at the larger, slowly rotating central body, you can see it is a deep space habitat, completely encased in a thick, shimmering, protective biological shell. It is a monument to the microscopic water bears, the tiny, strange, nearly indestructible beings that could survive in space. The habitat is surrounded by small, automated archival drones, each one designed to enter a state of cryptobiosis, drying itself out almost completely and suspending its functions, waiting sometimes for millennia for the next maintenance team. They don't die, they just wait. They are the ultimate expression of cosmic resilience. Tiny, eight-legged reminders that life is tougher, stranger, and more adaptable than we ever imagined. The cold, hard reality of space is their ultimate proof of concept. Feel the cold radiating through the viewport, a sensation that is instantly neutralized by the ship's warmth. We hold our position near the station, allowing the ship's passive sensors to drink in the data. The faint crackle of cosmic radiation registers on the display, a soft white noise that reminds you of the immense energy surrounding the dormant facility. In the deep silence, you hear a short, almost internal thought. Out here, everyone's just pretending they have a plan. But the tardigrades didn't pretend, they simply waited. They didn't need a plan, they needed patience. And now, their legacy is this monument to biological stasis, a tiny, tough lesson written in iron and ice. The Pando pulls away, and the light ahead begins to change, deepening from the clear white of starlight to a soft, dangerous, ancient orange. We are entering the Great Oxidation Echo, a vast interstellar region where early stellar formation encountered an overwhelming presence of a newly abundant, highly reactive element, free oxygen. Long ago on Earth, oxygen was a deadly poison, the catastrophic byproduct of microbial life that triggered a mass extinction. Here, the situation is mirrored on a cosmic scale. In this region, the dense concentration of free oxygen acts as a corrosive gas, disrupting the formation of complex silicates and carbon chains, the very building blocks of life as we know it. The first, simpler, and oxygen-icy stellar life forms that arose in this nebula were wiped out as the dominant cyano stars began to release this powerful, invisible pollutant. But for the newer, more complex, carbon-based stars, this oxygen became a new source of immense energy, powering the rise of giant, multicellular nebulae. The light washing into the cockpit is an unfiltered spectrum of elemental shift, a legacy of mass extinction written in the burning edges of these ancient protostars. As you watch, feel your own breath, that deep, satisfying inhale, a reminder that the gas that sustains your existence is, in a way, the legacy of a cosmic genocide. It is not just life-giving, its history is written in every atomic reaction around you. The paradox is soft, but profound. We traverse this volatile zone quickly, the navigation computers calculating the quickest path to a region of greater stability. Ahead, a beautiful but deadly asteroid ring system shimmers, perfectly circular, known as the Venus flytrap rings. These rings are not merely orbital debris, they are actively managed by a planet that uses the field to capture and process cometary ice, the planetary equivalent of hunting. The planet is resource poor, and like the carnivorous plants that lured insects with sweet nectar, it uses gravitational anomalies to pull volatile-rich small bodies into its grasp. The planet's magnetic field pulses, a subtle, silent, electromagnetic lure, drawing in the metallic core of the passing bodies, almost counting the footsteps of its prey. The asteroid chunks that are successfully trapped are then slowly drawn into a complex planetary atmosphere, which acts like a giant, deep, slippery pitcher plant filled with powerful, energy-sapping fields where the raw material is broken down and consumed. You notice the sheer patience of the system. It doesn't rush, it waits, perfectly adapted to a resource-scarce environment, reminding us that survival often requires clever design over brute force. Look at the rings, how they glisten, catching the ambient light like the sticky tentacles of a sundew, deceptively beautiful and perfectly lethal. The entire system is a quiet predator, a silent, cosmic truth. Survival takes many forms, and even the gentlest light can hide a hidden appetite. The Pando maneuvers with caution, our running lights dimmed to avoid being perceived as a lure. In the stillness, you feel the tension ease, realizing that even our complex ship is, on this scale, just a simple meal. We have arrived at the Leaf Masterpiece Cluster, a loose grouping of gas giants and smaller terrestrial worlds whose atmospheres are intensely rich in chlorophyll-like compounds. Hold your hand up to the viewport and see the stunning green light wash over your palm. Each planet in this cluster is like a single, colossal leaf, finely tuned to capture and convert the faint light of a distant yellow dwarf star. It is a quiet miracle of solar engineering on an unimaginable scale. The massive atmospheric veins, visible as shimmering lines of gas, carry light, minerals, and complex sugars to every corner of the planetary core, fueling a process that is not just for their own survival, but which produces the stable, life-supporting molecular oxygen that disperses throughout the entire cluster. You can almost see the tiny, microscopic stomatovalves in the highest atmospheric layers, regulating the intake of stellar radiation and the release of precious oxygen. Each world is a masterpiece, fragile, beautiful, and alive with purpose, a silent engine of life, just like the gentle leaves back on Earth. Now, let's turn our attention to the Pando's chronometer. We are about to execute a soft hyperjump toward a hidden system, a deep space destination that requires no external light, the bioluminescent oceans of Europa. As we transition, feel the gentle, momentarily disorienting pull of the dimensional shift, a subtle pressure on your sinuses. It is a necessary disruption for a breathtaking reward. We are heading to the ice moon, but not to its surface. We are looking through the sensor arrays, deep into the liquid ocean, miles beneath the icy crust. As the image stabilizes on the main screen, you see it, a vast, subglacial sea, glowing with an eerie, quiet, blue-green light. It is not reflected light from the vents below, but the chemical reaction of bioluminescent plankton, tiny, living things that fill the ocean like a shimmering, inverted night sky. When the warm currents move, or a massive, unseen creature glides past, they flash, briefly lighting up the entire world into a shimmering dreamscape. No electricity, no magic, just pure, beautiful biology. This light is used for everything, from camouflage to communication, a flickering, drifting constellation of living stars in the endless dark. Let your gaze drift across the screen, imagining the cool, dense touch of that water, the silent whoosh of the currents. Even in the deepest, darkest waters of this alien world, life has found a way to shine. Allow that deep, internal glow to spread through you now. A reminder that your own existence is a chemical marvel, constantly at work in the soft darkness of your body. Take a moment to center yourself. We are turning the vessel, preparing for a long, silent drift through a sparse region of the cosmos. During this downtime, let's reflect on the most immediate wonder of all. Your body is a vessel more incredible than the Pando, an entire living community. We call this the microbiome anchor principle. The trillions of microbial cells, bacteria, viruses, fungi that live on your skin, in your mouth, and deep within your gut are not just passengers, they are the crew. This vast, invisible partner is an extension of your body's own intelligence, helping you digest, training your immune system, and influencing your mood. You are not a single person. You are a walking, thinking ecosystem, a world within a world. And just as the Pando relies on every component, every wire, every sensor, you rely on this complex, collective identity. Feel the smooth, worn fabric of your uniform against your skin, a delicate ecosystem boundary. So the next time you feel alone, remember, you're never truly by yourself. You are a throng. Now, look at the external hull sensors on the display. We are passing through a region of micrometeoroid impacts, a gentle crackling of grit on gloves as the tiny particles hit the ship's armor. Watch the automated maintenance systems deploy. They don't use tools, they use living, flexible ant bridges. These nanobot structures, inspired by the collective intelligence of terrestrial army ants, flow across the hull like a metallic river. When they reach a stress fracture or gap, they link together, one anchor to the next, forming a temporary, strong, shape-shifting bridge of life. There is no central command. Each nanobot responds to local decisions, guided by proximity and need. Thousands may link together, adjusting in real time to the pressure and weight above them, ensuring the hull remains structurally sound. When the crossing is done, the bridge disassembles, and the tiny robots rejoin the march. It is a stunning example of collective intelligence, a living machine made entirely of small, cooperative components, a quiet, soft truth, one body among many, all working as one to keep you safe. Ahead, a planet of extraordinary, shimmering complexity comes into view, its surface a dizzying kaleidoscope of constantly shifting colors and textures. This is Octopus, code-shifting planet, a world whose dominant life forms don't wait for evolution to update their DNA. They edit their own RNA, the molecular scripts that translate their genetic code into physical properties, like the deep-sea cephalopods on Earth. These organisms can make real-time, on-the-fly adjustments to their biology. Watch the surface of the planet on the main display. In one moment, it is a field of smooth, indigo rock. The next, it is spires of vibrant crimson crystal. It is a display of ultimate flexibility, allowing the life there to fine-tune its survival mechanisms instantly, altering how it senses the environment or responds to thermal stress. It's an intelligence rooted in molecular flexibility. We don't fully understand why or how they do this, but it adds one more layer of wonder to this creature that already seems to come from another world. The Pando has detected a strange object now, moving on a slow, predictable trajectory, emitting no discernible signature except for a faint, focused pulse of light. We call it the Mirror Test Comet. This comet is home to a small, isolated species of highly intelligent, translucent organisms, and for generations they have been studying a simple concept: self-recognition. Most animals can see their reflection, but very few seem to recognize it as themselves. In the vast, silent isolation of the comet, these organisms have perfected a test involving a small, focused beam of light, the markand, the reflective, icy surface of the comet's core. Their intricate, purposeful movements, visible only in the extreme magnification, hint at a rare sense of self. This doesn't mean they have human-style consciousness, but it suggests that the spark of self might flicker in minds very different from our own, confirming that the boundary between I and other is beautifully, cosmically blurred. We drift past the comet, now entering a vast, empty region of the galaxy, the Extinction Valley Echo. This is a dark, cold, gravitational trough, a literal valley in space, where 5 massive consecutive extinction events, caused by colliding galaxies and gamma ray bursts, have wiped out the majority of stellar systems. Look out into the profound emptiness. The silence here is heavy, a quiet testament to the scale of cosmic destruction. It's a place where the universe seemed to say, the experiment is over. But look closer. In the profound darkness, the faintest distant light still shimmers from ultra-low-mass brown dwarf stars, the tiny survivors of each catastrophe. From the ashes of extinction, the ecosystems reshaped themselves, new lineages of quiet, resilient, stellar bodies emerging. This valley is a quiet testament to the persistence of biology, a thread unbroken even through cosmic cataclysm. Life doesn't just endure, it adapts, evolves, and reinvents itself, always finding a way forward. Our next destination takes us into a stunning but deeply unsettling phenomenon, the cordyceps cloud. This is a vast interstellar fungus, a spore field so large it envelops an entire cluster of planets, blurring the line between life and puppet master. The fungal cloud infects passing comets and small moons, infiltrating their surfaces, then releasing chemicals that subtly alter their gravitational and magnetic behavior. The infected bodies, now under fungal control, are compelled to travel high into the cloud's apex. The comets stop their movement. The fungus kills its host, and a new spire of glowing, spore-releasing material sprouts from the body, releasing spores to infect others below. It's a gruesome, precise cycle honed over eons, a quiet war of biology on a galactic scale. We still don't fully understand how the fungus manipulates the celestial mechanics so effectively, but it reminds us that even the smallest, most simple organisms can wield astonishing, terrifying power. The cosmos is more than light and peace. It's full of unseen, elegant, and often chilling strategies. The Pando skirts the cloud's periphery, the soft glow of the fungal filaments casting a sickly yellow-green light across the viewport. This light, however, carries a subtle lesson about perception, bringing us to the principle of the blue pigment star. Look at the beautiful, vibrant blue color of the star at the cloud's core. It looks intensely blue, yet the spectrograph confirms it contains almost no blue wavelength pigment at all. Instead, its color comes from structural coloration, microscopic, complex patterns on the star's surface that bend and scatter light in a way that reflects only the blue wavelengths. It's an optical illusion made by shape, not by dye. True blue pigments are incredibly rare in the cosmos, making every flash of blue a kind of trick, a dancing interaction between light, biology, and physics. So the next time you see a flash of color, remember, you're not just seeing pigment, you're seeing light dancing on the edge of biology and physics. We are now approaching a long, dark field of non-luminous heavy element comets, collectively known as the Elephant Graveyard Field. This region is a known gathering place for a massive, spacefaring, sentient species of gentle giants, the gravitones, who, despite their size, are rarely seen by others. This field is where they come to mourn. When a gravitone comes across the remains of a deceased relative or friend, they slow down, touching the remains with their massive, shimmering energy fields. They linger here, sometimes returning to the same dark spot for centuries, gently examining the cold remnants again and again. They have been observed standing guard over their dying companions, refusing to leave them alone in the void. Their grief may not be exactly like ours, but it is deeply felt, a quiet truth that humbles us. Empathy, loss, and love may not belong only to humanity. In the hearts of these great, gentle giants, a recognition of life's impermanence stirs, heavy and tender. The Pando proceeds softly, our silent thrusters barely registering on the gravitone's senses. We observe a new type of formation now, an intricate, massive orbital structure resembling a frozen, living city, the coral reef architecture. It's not a space station built by humans, but a slow, colossal structure built by tiny, colonial alien organisms called polypians. Each polypian is a small, soft creature that feeds on passing micro-debris, and they build their homes by secreting a hyperdense, lightweight carbon compound, forming the stony skeletons that make up the structure. Over time, these skeletons accumulate, forming massive underwater in-space structures that stretch for thousands of miles, housing thousands of smaller species, spacefaring fish, mollusks, and countless others. Despite being so fragile, they support a quarter of all local nomadic life. They are living cities built not by design, but by the slow, collective labor of millions of unseen architects. Delicate, colorful, and deeply vulnerable, these reefs are a stunning reminder of how much life can rise from the smallest hands. We are running a complex navigational challenge now, charting a course through a dense, chaotic field of gravitational flux. To do this, we are using the Slime Mold Navigator protocol. On the center screen, you can see the holographic projection of a single-celled, brainless organism, a cosmic slime mold. It has no brain, no nervous system, and yet it can solve mazes and find the most efficient pathways through incredibly complex terrain. In the lab, a slime mold finds food at 2 exits and retracts, leaving behind the most efficient path. Here, in the void, the Pando's navigation computer models the field using chemical and gravitational gradients, allowing the slime mold algorithm to explore the environment, a kind of distributed intelligence written into a simple biological form. It doesn't think, it just figures it out. It's a strange, mesmerizing reminder that intelligence comes in many forms. Not all of them need a brain or, for that matter, hands to steer a ship. Ahead, the light becomes rich, warm, and humid, even through the viewport. We are entering the upper atmosphere of Amazon Engine, a newly terraformed world where the climate is self-sustaining. This world doesn't just absorb the sun's energy, It creates its own weather. Billions of engineered trees release moisture into the air through hypertranspiration, a vast, self-sustaining loop that generates much of its own rainfall. This cycle, so vast and efficient, helps regulate the climate of the entire hemisphere. The planet is not just a collection of trees, but a vast, breathing, pulsing system. When we lose even a small part of it, the cycle weakens, the rain lessens, and droughts spread. The Amazon engine reminds us that the best terraforming is not done by technology, but by biology, breathing moisture, breath, and life into the air itself. Feel the subtle, comforting pressure of this rich, warm air against the hull. Our next observation takes us to the coldest edges of the system, where a small moon, perpetually in shadow, orbits. This is the wood frog cryosurvival moon, a testbed for extreme biological stasis technology. In the icy stillness of its winter, certain indigenous life forms undergo an astonishing transformation. They freeze solid, not just slow down, but literally turn solid. Heart stopped, blood turned to ice, organs shut down. Thanks to natural antifreeze compounds synthesized in their tissues, the life form's cells remain intact, waiting for the return of the brief, urgent sunlight. This principle of cryogenic survival has been reverse-engineered by the Pondo's hibernation systems. It is not a metaphor. It is a profound biological act of defiance against entropy. Feel the soft, cool air of the cabin now. It is a constant, gentle reminder that even your deepest rest is built upon the secrets of a tiny, frozen amphibian. Now, listen closely. We are passing through a rare atmospheric anomaly, a region of charged dark matter that translates gravitational waves into discernible sound. This is the realm of the whale song currents. Beneath the surface of the void, these waves drift through the dark, long, slow, and haunting, the calls of massive, ancient stellar bodies. These low-frequency vocalizations travel for thousands of light years, echoing from nebula to nebula. These colossal beings use these songs to find mates, navigate, and communicate across vast light-year distances. Each cluster has its own dialect, and their songs evolve over time, passed down like ancient oral traditions. We don't fully understand everything they are saying, but we know it matters. These are not random sounds. They are messages shared across a watery, celestial world, among creatures who have roamed the cosmos for longer than human memory. Feel the subtle, rhythmic vibration of the songs through the deck plating. The Pando is now approaching the dormant seed vault, a massive, ancient generation ship currently in stasis, carrying the blueprints for life from a long-dead civilization. It looks like a simple, lifeless thing, but inside, it carries the potential for a galaxy of life and an incredible patience. This ship is filled with seeds, microscopic time travelers that can remain dormant for centuries, even millennia, waiting for the perfect moment to sprout on a new, habitable world. In one section of the vault, an ancient Earth date palm seed, a relic from the archaeological sites of our long-gone home, is still preserved, having slept through empires and silence. It had slept through empires, seasons, and silence. With just the right blend of water and warmth, it could awake and grow. The seeds are equipped with protective coats, complex chemistry, and a finely tuned sensitivity to their environment. In every seed, and in every single one of your quiescent cells, is a quiet promise that life can wait, endure, and return. A single grain of stillness holding the future in its shell. We are now traversing a region of the galaxy where bioluminescence, the ability to produce light through chemical reactions, is a dominant form of energy exchange. This region is a testament to the 40 evolutions of light. Look at the sheer variety on the screen. The glow of fireflies like star moths, the twinkle of plankton like cloud jellies, the flicker of deep space lurfish, all use the same basic, elegant chemistry, but each lineage invented it independently. An enzyme called luciferase interacts with a light-producing molecule called luciferin, releasing energy as visible light, simple, silent, and stunning. A shared language of glow that life has written again and again in caves, in waves, and now in the furthest corners of darkness. Allow the gentle, shifting light of this phenomenon to wash over you, a cosmic lullaby of quiet light. It's a powerful, soft spectacle, reminding you of the infinite adaptability of even the simplest chemical reaction. Now, a deep, comforting truth, something to hold on to. Look at your hands, at the fine lines on your palms, at the strength beneath your skin. It's not poetry, it's physics. The calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, the carbon in your very structured wood was all forged in the heart of ancient, massive stars. Your body is quite literally made of stardust. When a massive star explodes in a supernova, those heavy elements are scattered across space, eventually forming clouds of dust and gas, which gravity pulls together once more. You don't just live in the universe. You are the universe, arranged in a pattern that can think, breathe, and wonder. You are, at a fundamental level, an extremely complicated arrangement of stellar remnants, walking on a world shaped by light and time. Feel the weight of that cosmic legacy. It is the heaviest and yet the softest thought you can carry into the darkness. The universe whispers your name in the elements. Our next observation involves a subtle shift in perception, a reminder that the realities of others are vastly different from our own. We are approaching a planet whose indigenous flora, the ultraviolet blooms, communicate and navigate using a part of the spectrum invisible to the human eye. To them, the plain-looking stellar petal might blaze with glowing patterns, landing guides, and radiant rings, all designed to lead pollinators to the nectar within. These patterns aren't just beautiful, they're functional, evolved through mutual benefit. The flower gets pollinated, the local insect gets fed. Other insects use UV vision to navigate and spot predators. Even the humble, flying organisms of that world see it in shades and signs we can't imagine. So, while we share the same cosmos, we don't share the same visual world. There's a hidden spectrum all around us, filled with light, signs, and colors we'll never quite see. Just breathe and let the edges of your perception soften. The Pando is now observing the distant elliptical orbit of a massive, cold gas giant. This giant is orbited by the small, highly adaptive moon of Kangaroo Paws, a world where the dominant life forms possess the remarkable ability to pause time inside their own bodies when conditions are harsh or when one offspring is still dependent. The mother creature can delay the development of a fertilized egg, a phenomenon called embryonic diapause. She might be nurturing one offspring outside the womb, one in a secondary gestation pod, and have a third on pause all at once. When resources become available, the embryo resumes development. It's a brilliant strategy for survival in an unpredictable climate. This natural pause button means they can time their reproduction with incredible precision. In a land of extremes, nature has given them flexibility. a quiet mastery over time written into their biology. Feel that quiet pause button in your own mind, the ability to suspend anxious thought and simply rest. We are drifting past a shallow, colorful, magnetic field now, the fish sex shifter current. In the colorful chaos of this magnetic field, the creatures carry an astonishing secret. They can change their biological sex from male to female, or the other way around, as a form of social adaptation. In one species, the dominant organism is female. If she dies, the next largest male automatically changes sex, becoming the new matriarch. This transition isn't just behavioral, it's biological. Hormones shift, organs restructure, roles reverse. It's a natural adaptation that helps maintain the social and reproductive balance in dynamic environments. In this strange current, identity is not always fixed. It can shift with need, with opportunity, or with the currents of chance. In these quiet transformations, we see just how fluid life can be, flexible, responsive, and endlessly surprising. Look out now into the deep, dark expanse where the faintest lines of force stretch from the central gravitational pole of the galaxy. This is the Bird Magnetic Compass Field. Every year, massive, migratory, bird-like starships travel thousands of light years across nebulae and continents, returning to the same nesting sites with pinpoint precision. One secret lies in their biology, the ability to sense the galaxy's magnetic field. Some have tiny, crystalline deposits in their structures, acting like internal compasses. Others may use specialized light-sensitive sensors, allowing them to see magnetic fields as patterns or visual cues. This magnetic sense, called magnetoception, works alongside starlight and cosmic landmarks to guide their way. It's an elegant, ancient map etched into their very being. They fly home not just by memory or instinct, but by feeling the invisible forces that surround the galaxy itself. Now, focus on the view outside, the slow, vast, interconnected flow of the stars. Gas and dark matter is the Earth-breathing cycle. Carbon moves through the air, water, plants, animals, and rocks in a slow, constant exchange. When a star breathes out, it releases carbon dioxide. Infant nebulae take it in, building leaves, stems, and roots. Animals eat those plants. Decomposers break down what's left. Volcanoes emit it. Oceans absorb it. This global, cosmic exchange helps regulate stellar climate, support life, and shape the ecosystems of entire sectors. It's a cycle that moves not just through years, but through eons. Understanding this cycle helps us see the cosmos not as static, but as breathing in and out, light and dark, growth and decay. A living system quietly spinning in space. Feel the rhythm of that vast, slow breath and match your own to it. We approach a cluster of ancient lorbit bodies, now known as the bacterial builders of Earth's surface. These rock-like formations, the stromatolites of the cosmos, are among the oldest evidence of life here. They are made by ancient photosynthetic microbes that trap and bind sediments over time, layer by layer, quietly building massive structures. These microbial communities helped shape the planetary surfaces and atmospheres of their worlds, releasing oxygen as a byproduct of their photosynthesis. Eventually, that oxygen changed everything, paving the way for complex, macroscopic life. Quiet, strange, and ancient, they stand as monuments to the earliest engineers, builders without tools, architects without eyes, just patient, microscopic life, laying the groundwork for all that followed. We honor their persistence with a moment of silence. Listen now and let your mind drift with the sound. We are recording the high-frequency communications of the dolphin language stream, a species of spacefaring mammals that communicate with an intricate language of clicks and whistles, navigating the asteroid fields. They seem to have names for each other. Each develops a unique signature whistle early in life, a kind of acoustic ID. Other dolphins learn and remember this whistle, using it to call out to specific individuals. It's not mere mimicry, it's recognition, a sign of social memory and identity. This behavior suggests a level of awareness previously thought to be uniquely human. In the deep void, dolphins speak, and in their calls, we glimpse something astonishing: the roots of language echoing beneath the waves of stardust. You are simply listening to a conversation. Ahead, a stunning, slow, and constant transformation is visible on a nearby terrestrial world, the Sahara Memory Planet. Today, its entire surface stretches like a golden sea, hot, vast, and dry. But not so long ago, it was something else entirely. Roughly 6,000 to 8,000 orbital cycles ago, much of this world was lush and green. Rain fell regularly, rivers flowed, wildlife roamed the grasslands. This period, driven by subtle shifts in the planet's orbit, eventually faded and the desert returned. But deep beneath the sands lie ancient lakebeds, fossilized trees, and buried evidence of a world transformed. The Sahara Memory Planet is not just a desert, it's a memory. A reminder that even the harshest landscapes were once soft, green, and alive, and might be again one day. Everything is temporary, even stone. Our last observation before our final depressed drift is the B0 point. We are watching a colony of highly intelligent social insects being studied on a nearby research station. These small, buzzing organisms can do something astonishing. They seem to understand the concept of zero. In experiments, they were trained to associate fewer shapes with a sweet reward. When presented with a blank card, no shapes at all, they correctly chose it over cards with one or more. This suggests that these bees grasp the abstract idea that none is less than some. This numerical reasoning is a powerful hint at a form of intelligence not limited by brain size, but shaped by need and evolution. Inside a hive, thousands of minds work as one, but even the individual bee holds surprises: a small body, a big mind, a quiet buzz, and a brilliant brain. Feel the small buzzing energy of your own thoughts slow and coalesce into a single, quiet certainty. The pando is now positioned for the final, slow drift into sleep. We have seen the whole galaxy transformed by the quiet wonders of life from a small, forgotten blue world. We've watched the living network of the nebula, the resilience of the cryosleepers, and the patient grief of the stellar giants. Now, let the world grow quiet around you. We've wandered through oceans and forests, deserts and tundras, all projected onto the vast screen of the cosmos. We leave the quiet, conceptual simplicity of the B0 point, and the pando begins a long, slow maneuver, rotating its massive observation sphere toward a distant, slowly recovering terrestrial world. This is the Trophic Cascade Preserve, a planet where a massive, long-term ecosystem collapse was reversed, not by grand, expensive machinery, but by the reintroduction of a single, humble predator. We are watching historical data play across the screen, accelerated to show the slow, elegant march of biological recovery. Before the restoration, the land was barren, the waterways wide and slow, the banks stripped bare by unchecked grazing. But watch now, as the data stream shows, the predators return. They didn't just affect the populations of grazers, they reshaped the entire landscape. With fewer grazing animals, the vegetation along the riverbanks recovered. Trees and shrubs grew taller. Bird populations returned. New microspecies of soil engineers began their work. The healthier plant life stabilized the soil, reducing erosion and changing how the water flowed. In some places, the rivers themselves became more narrow and meandering, more stable, following a healthier, more natural path. This is a trophic cascade, a stunning ripple effect that shows how a single species can transform entire forests and waterways. Feel the quiet power of that realization. Every creature plays a role, sometimes subtle, sometimes profoundly transformative. In the distant, simulated howl of a returning predator, the land begins to heal. As the healing landscape data fades, we enter a vibrant, chaotic, yet gentle field of stellar dust, the flower acoustic garden. Here, the energy pulses from the surrounding stars are incredibly subtle, and the atmospheric compositions of the neighboring planets are highly sensitive to vibration. We are observing the communication between a species of ultrasensitive stellar flora and its insect-like pollinators. Some of these flowers are listening. Research from the nearby outpost showed that certain plants can actually respond to the sound of a pollinator's approach. When the vibration of the tiny craft's wings is detected, the flower is triggered to produce a sweeter, more potent nectar within just minutes. The flower doesn't have ears, of course, but its petals vibrate in response to specific frequencies, acting like sensory organs. It ensures the plant offers a perfect high-value reward exactly when the pollinator is nearby. It is a quiet, ongoing dialogue, a subtle acoustic awareness that adds another layer to how we understand botanical behavior. The pollinator calls, the flower answers. Even without nerves or brains, these plants sense, respond, and adapt in real time. The garden is not silent, my friend. It is full of delicate, humming conversations, a beautiful reminder that sensitivity is survival. Drifting past this vibrant field, we enter a cool, damp region of nebular gas, where two distinct clouds of matter seem to live in a symbiotic, perpetual embrace. This is the lichen dual cloud, a large-scale example of two different forms of primordial cosmic energy existing as one. This dual cloud is a partnership between a fungal-like dark matter and an algal-like energy source. The dark matter component provides the structure and protection, shielding the cloud from harsh solar winds. The energy partner uses a faint, distant starlight to make its own sustenance. Together, they survive in the harsh, deep space environment that would be too severe for either to inhabit alone. It's not always a gentle partnership. The fungal matter often dominates, shaping the energy source into submission. But the result is powerful resilience. This blended life form thrives where few others can, an ancient, stable structure essential to the surrounding environment, breaking down heavier elements and creating lighter, fertile gas. Two species, one life. It's a quiet collaboration written into the very surface of the cosmos. Feel the cool, soft stillness of this region, a place where cooperation is a matter of absolute existence. We now turn our attention back to a concept we touched on earlier, but with a deeper focus on its ultimate permanence, the water-bear eternity principle. We are observing a long-abandoned terraforming test station, which suffered complete systems failure centuries ago. Intense radiation, crushing pressure from an unstable core, and temperature extremes should have annihilated all life. Yet, life persists. The microscopic tardigrades, or water bears, in their dormant, curled-up ton state, remain viable. They are enduring freezing, boiling, intense radiation, and total dehydration, the absolute masters of the pause button. They've been found in the deepest, most extreme corners of this ruined station. Some scientists believe that these organisms could even survive the death of this entire star system, the ultimate cosmic mass extinction event. They are not invincible, but they are astonishingly prepared, ready to hit play when liquid water and stable conditions return, decades or centuries later. In the quiet corners of this abandoned world, the water bear waits, tiny, eternal, and ready to begin again. It is a soft, yet powerful thought. Life is not about being strongest. It is about being the most patient. Now, let's observe a more complex biological marvel, the naked mole rat longevity planet. We approach a subterranean observation station, orbiting a world whose dominant, highly social mammal seems to defy the usual rules of aging. These creatures live in complex underground colonies, much like insects, but their physiology is unique. They seem to resist cancer, tolerate low oxygen, and live for an incredibly long time for their size. They don't show the typical, predictable increase in mortality risk as they get older. Their cells remain stable. Their proteins resist damage. A 5-cycloid creature looks internally very much like a 25-cycloid one. Their longevity is a secret written in their resistance to stress and cellular degradation. Scientists study them for clues about endurance and resilience. In the dim, artificial tunnels of the observation station, these creatures lead quiet, hidden lives, soft-skinned and small, but carrying profound secrets that may one day help all of us. Feel the soft, gentle weight of your own body settling deeper into the chair. All life is a journey against time, but some journeys are simply slower. As we drift further, let's once again consider the vessel that is you. We call this the trillions of cells symphony. Forget the ship, forget the stars for a moment, and focus on the quiet, internal hum of your own existence. You are made of stardust, stories, and approximately 30 trillion cells. Every breath, every thought, every heartbeat is the work of countless microscopic parts, each with its own specific, complex role. Muscle cells contract, neurons fire, immune cells defend. Together, these diverse cells form a single, unified being. Cells are constantly dying and being replaced. You are rebuilding yourself piece by piece every day. You are not static. You're a living symphony of cellular cooperation. Even now, as you settle into rest, millions of cells are working quietly beneath your skin to keep you whole. You are not one thing. You are a miracle of coordination, humming softly beneath your skin, a world within a world. We now encounter a playful, colorful formation of small, intelligent drone craft, the Parrot Intelligence Fleet. These drones are designed to mimic a highly intelligent, colorful avian species that can count, understand concepts like same and different, and even grasp the idea of zero. These drones were built after a famous parrot named Alex, who could ask for what he wanted and answer complex questions. In many tasks, the biological parrots performed on par with human toddlers. The drone fleet is designed to navigate and solve problems, mimicking the real-time social problem-solving of the bird species. Their brains are structured differently from ours, but evolution has found a parallel path to complex thought. When a drone speaks with its coded chirps, it isn't just mimicking, it is processing and thinking. Bright chassis, brighter minds, a small flutter, and a surprising intelligence. Now, look out into the deep, dark expanse. Again, the endless, empty-seeming void. We call this the ocean of life paradox. We walk the land, we fly through the sky, but most of Earth's life was hidden beneath the waves. Here in the cosmos, the vast, cold, dark volume of space holds the vast majority of all living biomass. In the form of dark matter microbes, exotic plasma-based organisms, and faint low-mass stars. The deep, dark void is not empty, it is teeming. A vast, living world beneath the surface of what we perceive as nothing, pulsing with currents of energy and gravitational song. We have only explored a fraction of the deep ocean of the universe. Much of it remains untouched, mysterious, and brimming with unknown life. The greatest wilderness in the cosmos is this blue-black. We are approaching a very strange, dispersed energy field known as the Pando-clonal structure. You remember the name the one we gave our ship. We are looking at a colossal, ancient, single organism that defies the concept of an individual star. It's a clonal colony of similar stellar bodies, each trunk of light you see being genetically identical, part of a single, colossal root system of dark energy filaments. The whole colony may be over 80,000 light cycles old. It doesn't reproduce with traditional seeds. Instead, it sends up new stems of light from its root system, generation after generation, forming a living nebula made of one being. Though individual stars die and regrow, the organism as a whole endures. It's a forest that is also a single being, ancient, quiet, and still very much alive, rooted in place, and reaching always toward the sky. The longest life is not lived by one, but by many. Our next study focuses on a strange, intermittent radiation signature emanating from a nearby dying red dwarf star. This is the beneficial virus archive. When we think of viruses, we usually think of illness, but not all viral material is harmful. The radiation signatures here indicate ancient, beneficial viral elements that played essential roles in the evolution of life on the stars, planets. Certain viral components attack harmful bacteria in the planet's oceans, helping to maintain microbial balance. Others influence gene expression, insert useful genetic code into the planetary genomes, or help cells adapt to extreme stress. A significant portion of the life forms on that system came from ancient viral DNA that became a permanent part of the core genome. Viruses are not just invaders. They're part of life's history and future, tiny threads woven into the fabric of existence, sometimes as threats, but often as allies. We now perform a deep time jump back toward the galactic core, a region where life's lineage is at its most ancient. We are observing the Shark lineage stars, a cluster of massive, powerful stellar bodies that are surprisingly older than the surrounding stellar dust clouds. These stars have existed for over 400 million stellar cycles, an unimaginable span of time. The vast dust clouds, by comparison, only appeared around 350 million cycles ago. That means these powerful stellar structures were forming before a single dust mote shaded the land. They have survived 5 galactic mass extinctions. Their basic structure has changed very little over time, a testament to how effective and well adapted they are. Each core is an embodiment of deep time, a lineage almost unimaginably old, silent, steady, and enduring. The Pando is now observing the slow, colossal movement of a species of small, shelled, spacefaring crustacean in a debris field, the decorator crabs. These small creatures practice a quiet kind of camouflage with a twist. They don't just blend into their environment, they become part of it. They carefully pick up bits of nebular gas, fragments of slow-moving asteroids, and chunks of organic space sponge, attaching them to their shells with hooked hairs. The organic space sponges continue to grow as the crab moves. This serves multiple purposes: hiding from predators, mimicking the surroundings, and gaining chemical protection as the sponge releases toxins. It's a moving reef, a creature that wears its home like a costume, constantly adjusting to remain unseen. In the quiet currents, disguise becomes art. Look at the sheer number of these small organisms in the debris field. It's a testament to the insect number principle. For every sentient being in the core systems, there are an estimated 200 million tiny, autonomous maintenance drones, or life forms of similar size. The world belongs to the small. They pollinate, recycle, break down waste, and feed countless other creatures. They have been here for over 400 million years and have survived every major catastrophe. Though small, they are mighty, shaping the world in ways most of us never see. We may rule the immediate space around our home worlds, but the insects were here first, and they will likely be here long after we're gone. Feel the humility in that realization. The meek shall inherit the void. Now, focus on a brilliant, multicolored cluster of bioships performing complex, geometric maneuvers. This is the Bird of Paradise courtship dance. These ships, adorned with metallic blues, fiery oranges, and velvet blacks, are not just beautiful. They perform elaborate, species-specific dances, each with its own complex choreography. They hop, spin, bow, and pose in precise sequences, accompanied by clicks, whistles, and flutters of light. The companion vessels watch from above, choosing mates based on the performance, a ritual that has driven the evolution of some of the most extravagant traits in the galactic kingdom. Behind every dance is a quiet story of patience, of showmanship, and of life's wild, aesthetic creativity. In these courtship rituals, we glimpse evolution's flair for the dramatic and the universe's love of spectacle. We are now approaching a massive, slow-moving space station whose structure is woven from an incredibly thin, yet durable, material, the Spider Silk Fortress. This material, drawn from the bodies of its arachnid architects, is among the strongest materials in nature. Weight for weight, this synthesized silk is stronger than steel and far more flexible. It can stretch without breaking, absorb enormous kinetic energy, and form complex structures like the webs, nets, and energy dampeners that make up the station. Each thread is made from proteins arranged in microscopic patterns, assembled with perfect precision. Scientists study this silk for use in medical sutures and lightweight engineering. The architects craft miracles from within, one silky thread at a time. As the Pando drifts, you notice a network of small, intermittent, synchronized lights flashing across the void. This is the Firefly conversation grid. These small, bioluminescent, drone-like organisms communicate with flashing patterns that vary by species, region, and even gender. Males fly through the air, flashing specific rhythms. Females respond with timed replies. It's a courtship dialogue, written in light. Some blink slowly, others rapidly. Inside their abdomens, they mix chemicals to create this cold, glowing light, a process that produces no heat. It's one of nature's quietest, most enchanting conversations. Their glow is both beauty and signal, a living language of flashes that dances through the dark. Everything speaks, you just have to learn the language. The view now shifts to a planet's surface covered in rich, dense flora, where a species of primate-like creature lives. This is the monkey pharmacy world. These primates do more than eat plants, they use them as medicine. Researchers have observed them deliberately seeking out bitter, non-nutritive plants when sick or injured. They chew the pith of specific stems or rub certain substances onto their skin. Many of these plants contain antibacterial, antifungal, or antiparasitic compounds. This behavior is known as zoopharmacognosy, or animal self-medication. It reveals a hidden intelligence passed down through generations. Among the branches and leaves, a quiet pharmacy waits, and these animals already know how to use it. We now make a soft, high-speed pass over a shallow, illuminated ocean world where the water is a brilliant, shimmering green. This is the algae oxygen factory. Every breath you take is a gift, not just from forests, but from the ocean. Tiny organisms called phytoplankton, drifting near the surface of the sea, perform photosynthesis, just like plants. Let that quiet thought settle. We have seen the universe in a drop of water and the history of stars in a single cell. The Pando is now in full, silent drift. Let the gentle hum of the life support cradle you, and let the quiet wonder of all that we have seen guide you deeper into rest. Sleep well, my friend. The journey doesn't end. It simply pauses.